Hey, Kim, we're going to do pledge. All right. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council special meeting for Monday, August 25th. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Present.
Member Neunenkamp.
Present.
Member Prang.
Present.
Member Russell.
Present.
Member Ward.
Present.
Member Wright.
Present.
And Mayor Sierra.
Present.
Let the record show all members present.
All right, thank you so much. 3 items up for tonight. First up, we have Library Director Rachel Fuel here to present council with an update on the status of the library's strategic plan. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm also Christina Underhill, Director of Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf. Like you just mentioned, Rachel Fuel, Library Director, is here tonight, along with Carrie Watson, our Library Manager, to discuss the library strategic plan. The library strategic plan started back last summer in 2024 and went through the fall, winter, and here we are today. We're about 75% complete with the strategic plan. The last step we have to work through, we have the items, we're just not finalized yet, is the action steps on how we're going to implement everything in the strategic plan. So we plan to come back probably early next year to present those action steps to you so you know what direction the library is headed. Barry Dunn was the consultant for this project and did an excellent job working with the community, and Director Fuel will go through all that information here first. So Rachel, go ahead and take it.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, my name is Rachel Fuel, and I'm the Library Director. I'm here to share with you the strategic plan. Do I advance? Beautiful, here we are. We, as Christina mentioned, Barry Dunn was our consultant. They were unable to be with us tonight, so I'm going to present their findings. We did engage with them for about a year, and we have the initial findings to share with you tonight, and then we'll share with you at the end of their presentation some information about our next steps and some current issues that are happening at the library. Here's an agenda. We can bop through that. So our project purpose for this strategic plan was to create a strategic plan for the library that aligns with the city's strategic plan, giving us a 5-year framework from which to hang our action plans annually. As Christina mentioned, that's where we're going to be developing our measures and key performance indicators that we're going to be sharing with you annually and also sharing with the library board for approval. These are a couple of the steps that took place. I think really important to us was the stakeholder input, so we'll have some more information for you on that. Our facilitation from Barry Dunn was very centered in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. It was really important for us to reach most people in our community with this information and see what they wanted from their library. And again, we'll be developing those performance indicators later on. Here, I have to advance the slides too. So here's the raw data from our community and staff input. We did do a lot of in-person and online engagement with folks. So we were able to ask many people in the community what they wanted to see from the library and the activities they wanted to see us playing in our roles in the library. So here's the raw data there. We're very pleased with the ability that both our staff and our consultant were able to accomplish here in really reaching out and meeting with our community. And here's drilled down a little bit into a couple groups that were filtering that information. So we did have a community task force of about 15 to 20 people who were engaged with really helping us identify what were the real roles the library was going to play. This included stakeholders from Englewood Public Schools, the hospitals, and a couple other community nonprofits. So really reaching out to our partnerships to make sure that they also agree with where we're going with the library. Staff engagement was super important to us. We've had in-person and group engagement among our staff, as well as surveys. And then, of course, the library board is a key stakeholder in all of this, really taking us through from the fall up to last month, where they approved this level of the strategic plan so far. And here you'll see very familiar elements of a strategic plan, of course. We're about to the goals, so like Christina mentioned, about 2/3 of the way through. Really important to us is this roles element. That might be a little bit unusual for all strategic plans, but for a library, it's really important. As you know, libraries in general have changed, have kind of adjusted focus through COVID, through lots of changes in our society. So we wanted to be really focused on that and clear about what our role will be in the community. All right, heading right on in. Here's our vision. So you'll see here, we want to demonstrate here a clear connection to the city's vision as well. So we do believe that we align with the city's vision because we connect, engage, empower to advance the community together. Mission alignment. So I think you can really see our alignment with superior service and preserving our identity, while we encourage exploration and curiosity. This is also, I think, a really clear tie back to our strategic plan goal for the library of lifelong learning. So we do want to stay in this space of promoting curiosity and lifelong learning, and then tying back to the city's mission with the services that we provide. And then also we do a big job of preserving history in the library. So I think that's a clear role of preserving our unique identity. Values, there's a lot of words on this slide. We don't have to read them all, but I feel like a big clear connections here for us are all of our values really do reflect our organizational values, but cultivating partnerships is going to be very important moving forward with the library, and we see that in the library's values of connections, listening, and curiosity. Foundations of trust are so important to us in the library. The library is almost always identified as a city job that is really high in community trust. So we want to remain that here in Englewood. And public is our middle name, so welcoming is a really important value that we hold, and we know that that's a very important value to the city. So here we are landing on those roles that I mentioned earlier. These are really important for us to identify the focus that we'll have in the community. Again, that ambassador of learning really ties us to the city strategic plan in terms of lifelong learning. Community host is the role that we'll play as a partner to a lot of community organizations and other city departments. And then the resource depot is really where you'll find where we spend most of our money on the library, among our staff and the materials that we buy that circulate. So from those roles, we do want to share some of the actions that are going to be associated with the roles, just to put a little bit more definition around what that ambassador of learning looks like. This is going to be lifelong learning from youth engagement to targeting underserved parts of our community. As a community host, we really think about this in terms of our partners and our space. We really see here the value of connecting, and the third space being so important, especially during this loneliness epidemic. We think we can play a big role in that. And here our final role as the resource depot, again, where we really put a lot of our emphasis and resources. We think about this in terms of people in collection, and they are our most important assets. That's what our community expects when they come to the library, knowledgeable staff members and the stuff that they're looking for, those books they heard about on the radio or wherever they're getting their book recommendations. This role also is to share and promote our library resources and our staff, of course. So these are our high-level goals that have been identified through the strategic plan work. Really, the most important one that I wanted to highlight with you here is empowering staff and improving our organizational effectiveness. We think this is the foundational work that we're going to need to do in the next 6 months so that when we're ready to launch the strategic plan officially in 2026, we'll have a very strong stable foundation for our staff. That's kind of stymied us a little bit here recently, and I'll share more about that with you at the end of this presentation. We think these goals are really important and really aligned with the work we've already been doing. Just more clearly define what we're going to be aiming for in terms of prioritizing our work in the coming years. There are some measurement examples here. These have not been finalized, but are some examples of probably what we'll be using. We'll be working to develop baselines for all of these measures in this latter half of the year so that we can prepare an annual action plan that's aligned with the library and city's strategic plans. You'll see here too, as we strengthen and stabilize our team, we'll be expanding our reach back out into the community, but really think it's important that we spend some time in empowering our staff before really launching into a publicly published strategic plan. And then kind of back here to these strategic plan elements, we want to create a 5-year plan that's going to be our overarching plan for library services. We'll create annual action plans that we'll bring to you and to the library board for approval. And we really want to make sure that our plan is also filtered through the Colorado Public Library standards. Our library leadership team will be preparing key performance indicators that'll be included in our annual action plan and future reports about the library's strategic plan to the library board and to this body. We'll continue to use this as a tool to remain flexible during budget fluctuations, staffing changes, and other external impacts we won't know about for a long time. Now I'm into my slides to provide you a little bit of a library update. Again, this is a spreadsheet that we've started working on that's really in draft form, identifying some of those measures and timelines that we'll be using in an action plan. I am sure you've noticed that the library has been closed on weekends during August. We did have a moment there where we had a handful of staff all resigned at the same time, several of them without notice, so we were kind of left with a schedule scramble. So proposed a solution to the city manager's office, and we talked about what we could do there and ended up on a Monday through Friday schedule through August so that we could consolidate our leadership team to do interviews and really do the work of the library and ensure we could be open for 5 days of week service. So you know what's coming. We are going to have some construction happening in the library in September. This will likely happen the week after Labor Day, so September 8th, around then, watch for this happening. The entrance that is adjacent to the parking garage, we're going to have some refresh happening in the vestibule there to improve sight lines. We're having an emergency exit installed on the north side of the building, and during that time, we'll open the north entrance, so the old entrance will be open again while the south entrance is closed. During that time, we're going to evaluate how that goes. We really hope to, in October, be able to open both entrances. We'll be working with Allied to make sure that their service points are aligned with good sight lines, and we'll be checking in regularly with our staff to see how they're feeling about this change. Some important upcoming dates. One has already passed, but we were closed on Wednesday, August 13th for our facilities team to assist us in demolishing one of our shelving units that was kind of a barrier to the north entrance. In September, again, that's when you're going to see some construction on our south door. And then we have a week-long closure that will mirror the maintenance closures that Mally has had and that the rec center has had. We'll be doing some deep cleaning, some paint, and carpet refresh, or not carpet, we're going to be replacing the carpet in the meeting rooms with a vinyl flooring. And then we'll reopen on October 13th with hopefully some grand reopening celebrations that week. And then finally, in January, we do want to launch our full strategic plan with our activities in January. That's the end of my presentation.
Ms. Bill, thank you very much for the presentation and the overview of the strategic plan. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Thank you. Thank you for being here in the presentation. I had one simple question. Can we go back to the drawing? Yes. Originally, there were discussions to put the emergency exit near the children's playroom and activity room. Why was that changed?
It's a great question, Councilmember Wright. The reason we are waiting to address the children's area is because logistically, behind the children's area, we have storage, and then moving out of the children's area, we have a closet we were planning on going through, but unfortunately, that closet is in high use because our children's programming is such a demand. And so we're going back to the drawing board to see what other options we may have for the children's space that could easily allow an emergency exit. That's not off the table yet, but we did have the funding and the construction team to move forward with the south entry and then the emergency exit outside the parent room. And so we wanted to move forward with those currently, and if once we have the children's area addressed, we'll do construction at that time.
Okay. In the meantime, is there discussion on having some of the children's activity where the conference rooms or rented space is kind of flip them at all, or?
Sure. So currently, no, we have not had that discussion. We want to keep the adult section separate from the children's area. There's going to be some future furniture coming in to better define the children's space, to make it more their space, make it a little bit safer. And we do have exits on the children's side. It's just through staff spaces. We actually have 2 emergency or staff doors. We could escort people out those 2 doors if needed. So it just was unfortunate near the parent room, which is in that top left corner with the green arrow. There is absolutely no exit on that side of the building. So for safety reasons, we needed to address that as soon as possible.
Perfect. Thank you.
So I guess I just have a question regarding just the timeline for closure. So it's really only going to be a week that we're going to be closing up for the new improvements to the library?
Thank you for your question, Mayor. We will be closed for that week. Again, that was to mirror a maintenance closure that we do at other facilities in the city. So we're going to get as much work done as we can during that week. We've been working with our partner teams to get that all aligned.
Okay, and that's going to be communicated, and obviously, well, there's a couple of communications there, right? The fact that the south entrance is going to be closed, and that's going to be happening in September, I believe. Yeah, so that's happening in September. And then the fact that we're going to be closed for that 1 week. So obviously just social media blast and that type of thing. And obviously clear signage as well for the south entrance. So I'm assuming people have to walk to the north or park on the second floor. Is that the plan?
Definitely. We've been working with the communications team to make sure that we have signs physically around the building, and then, yes, to also blast our social media with that information as well.
Okay. Any further questions? Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. Just one more. Looking at the closure date, are we working with nonprofits? It's where we get big snow, that we would have our overflow for like 5280 open for homeless and even Hat Force. I think it's pretty rare that we wouldn't need that, but during the day for day sheltering, if it's cold enough and stuff, have we started working with the partners for an emergency plan? Because we don't think something will happen, and guess what, it does. So.
That's a very good point. Both the Recreation Center, the Inglewood Recreation Center, and the Malley Recreation Center will be open during this time, and those are also weather shelters too. So if we do have inclement weather, we will have a nearby location over at Malley that individuals could go to. And yes, we are working with nonprofits at the Inglewood Public Library for any services they may offer.
Great. Thank you so much.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you for the presentation. Council members, this is the third time I've gotten to hear about the library strategic plan. I was able to serve on the community group that helped shape this they wanted one council liaison. Obviously, I'm on the library board, so I've heard this presentation there as well. And what I want to speak to, it's not so much a question, but a comment, is just how this plan has changed the culture, I would say, of the library. The staff seem really excited and really invigorated around it, really excited about the work that is to come. So I just want to offer big kudos to the entire team, both for those who spearheaded it before our new director came, and then obviously how she's implemented it, I think has been really wonderful. And having seen it all a little bit more close up, have really been impressed by both the process and the way that the staff has really taken ownership and enthusiastically driven it forward. So big kudos. Thank you very much. Very excited to see it in action.
Those are all very important things, Member Nunacan, so thank you very much for bringing that up. Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report. And I'm really glad about the excitement here around this, but the elephant in the room has not been addressed. And there is a reason that all of the people left probably at the same time. And how is any of this going to change the problems that we've had? How are we going to address the problems that we really have down there? And not just down there, probably throughout the whole building, but that's not your problem.
Yes, thank you for that. We are really working to change the culture and make sure that we have a team who is prepared to take on the challenges that public libraries are seeing nationwide. We know that we're one of the last free third spaces for people to be in community, and so we want to remain that, but we know that we need to hold people to our standards of behavior. We're very committed to that. And we need to do a little bit more training with our staff to make sure that everyone can be resilient to the work. I know the work in the public library is not for everyone, and it's changed over time. And so we really want to acknowledge that and give our staff the tools that they need to address those needs that they see, and then also to forge those partnerships and connections with our community groups that we know are doing amazing work and really supporting people in crisis, so that we can connect with them and make sure we're matching people up to those services.
I appreciate that, and I think it's very optimistic because some of these issues are health issues that are putting not only your staff at risk, the community at risk as well.
And thank you. And we have moved forward with a contract with an exterminator. So we're working with Orkin on regular checks of the library, regular treatment if we see a need for that. So we do know that that was challenge and that won't go away. We're still open to the public. That can still happen in our library every day. So we're really working with those other partners too to make sure that we're keeping an eye on things and addressing things as they start and not letting things linger.
I appreciate that, and I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but it is something that we do need to address and make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Anything else from members of council? And I guess to that point, I just appreciate staff at least looking to address the issue, knowing that we have to do something as a city. So if there does come a time where there's more help needed or just additional suggestions on how to make the library a safer place or safer for everyone involved, whether it's staff or the members of the public, please bring that to our attention through our city manager, because we do want to help and we want to be we want to be able to address the issue in a timely manner. So, I do appreciate you bringing up the issue and just the fact that this is something that is being experienced by not only us but other libraries across the state and the nation. So, anything else from members of council? All right, seeing none. Want to thank the library staff, Christina, Rachel, Carrie. There we go. I was going to say, Carrie, thank you very much for your time tonight. Really appreciate it. Obviously, we're here. If anything does come up, we look forward to speaking to you in the future, but hopefully for good things. So thank you so much. Have a good evening. All right, everyone, we are moving on to the second agenda item. This is the state land use and housing law update. So we have Director of Community Development and Planning Manager Brian Isom, as well as our Community Development Director Brad Power. See, John Burbo is also going to be joining us as well. So you're going to provide us an update on the state land use and housing laws. Good evening, Brian. It looks like you're going to be taking the lead here.
I am, but I don't see my presentation up there. So good evening, Mayor and Council. Before we begin with the presentation, we'd like to talk about where we've been on the topic of these new state laws and why our team is back before you tonight. In addition, we also have one overarching question for this group. Since the year-long Affordable Housing Task Force process concluded in January, Council has met and discussed the task force recommendations, how to proceed with them on several occasions. During the 2024 and 2025 state legislative sessions, the 6 housing-related laws we identified tonight and 2 laws related to landscaping were approved by the legislature. Based on the fact that these measures are now laws, and with the discussions about housing policy continuing in Inglewood, we want to provide some additional perspective for your consideration and direction. Community development staff has followed the development of the administration of these new state laws, with their administration falling largely within the Department of Local Affairs, or DOLA. Since our first conversation with the City Council in December of last year, DOLA has continued to publish guidance regarding compliance, reporting, necessary code amendments, and funding opportunities. The information prepared for the discussion of these laws this evening was prepared in light of that recent guidance from the state. In addition, 2 executive orders have been issued by the governor this year, the first on May 16th and the second on August 13th. These executive orders now give the new strategic growth laws additional significance by prioritizing funding opportunities based on a city's compliance with the 6 laws. Before we open up the discussion regarding these laws, the first question we want to ask or get direction on from council is whether or not we seek compliance with all or some of these laws, or to not seek compliance with any of them. So that's where we want to start this conversation.
Actually, Brian, is it possible for also to provide a little bit of clarity on, you're giving a few options there, what the potential impacts would be if we were to go with none of the laws or some of the laws, what potentially may be, what's the negative impact that we may see from a grant perspective or from a state perspective on that?
So I might lean on the city attorney's office for a little bit of this, but if we don't seek compliance, we run the risk of, or the way I understand the new governor's order, or executive order, is that prioritization is given to cities that are compliant with the laws. Since none of these grant funding opportunities have had all of their scores sheets set up, we don't know exactly what that looks like quite yet, but we do run that risk of not maybe losing funding or not having the same opportunity to get funding as we would if we were compliant.
Thank you, Brian. City Attorney Niles, are you able to add to that?
Yes, great job. I agree. This is all still relatively new, and so we don't have a lot of information yet. We know a list of grants that we know will be impacted through a scoring matrix. However, we don't know what other provisions of the scoring matrix are included and how much weight is given to compliance versus non-compliance versus pending compliance. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of answers now. We have more questions than anything. We do know, though, if we're not compliant, that it's very likely that if we are all things considered equal with another applicant, then we likely will not receive the grant at issue.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Brian, thank you very much for starting with this point. I do agree that this is probably a conversation we need to have before we get into the actual meat of the conversation tonight. So, Member Ward, I believe your light was up first, and then I believe it was Member Pring and then Member Wright, but go ahead, Member Ward.
The mayor hit on my question, which is more of a question of scale. If we're talking about $10,000, we're having one conversation. If we're talking about $10 million, we're having a different conversation. Generally speaking, in principle, I support local control. So my response to any state agency or legislator who wants to require me to do something related to land use in this home rule city is not going to include words that are longer than 4 letters. So that being said, it would not be in the best interest of my residents, in my opinion, to forego, potentially $10 million or a sizable chunk of change that could be used for beneficial use in the city just on that particular principle. So the flexibility and the amount of wiggle room and how much trouble I'm willing to go through to try to justify a decision like this is based on how much money we're actually talking about. And without knowing that, it would be difficult for me to do anything other than make the principled stand that I intend to make tonight, which is the one that I articulated earlier. The second question I have in regards to this is probably one for the city attorney, and that is, are we aware of any other cities who are responding to this aggressively with legal action? That's a discussion that I've had with this council before. There hasn't been much appetite for joining that type of thing, but perhaps that changes tonight.
Do we want to answer that question to begin with, or should we go around the room? Go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
I will speak to your question about legal action. There has been a lawsuit filed by various cities challenging the governor's original order on this issue. Less than 2 weeks ago, the governor issued a second order. And so presumably the second order will be included in the already pending lawsuit. We did reach out to them to see, are they looking for other cities to join as plaintiffs? I believe that was at the request of Councilmember Wright. And they're not looking for anybody else to add. However, if the lawsuit is successful, it impacts all cities in Colorado. So I have been in touch with plaintiffs' counsel and the lead counsel on the case, but for now, it's not an option to join them as a party. We certainly could consider our own legal action.
Okay, and just for clarification, the only reason why I asked that question was because it would inform the urgency of any action we might take tonight.
Thank you very much, Member Ward, and I believe it's Member Prang next.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't turn my light on. So I just want to add on to what Member Ward has already brought up. I just don't recall seeing a list of grants presented to us. There was a list mentioned. I want to see what types of grants and what dollar amount could be at stake. I can't really make an educated decision on whether I supporting some of these or not without that kind of information. So is there a list available for us to consider?
There is. The governor's August 13th order did include a specific list of grants, and it said plus any others that they designate. I did send it out to City Council shortly before this meeting because it's in that executive order, but I'm happy just to share those with you now. It does not have the dollar amounts, just the name of the grants. However, I have reached out to city directors and asked, do we have any of these grants now? And if so, what's the amount? And do you plan to apply for any after October 6th? Because according to the governor's order, that's when this new scoring matrix will go into place. So as soon as I get that information, I will forward it along to City Council. I've requested it by end of day on Wednesday. But the grants that are specifically designated, but of course the state can add more at any time, are the Multimodal Transportation and Mitigation Options Fund, the High Efficiency Electric Heating and Appliances Grant, which I do believe we've been offered one of those. I believe it's coming up on a council agenda. Transportation Alternatives Program, Geothermal Energy Tax Credit, Safe Routes to School, Charge Ahead Colorado EV Charging Grant, E-Mobility Education and Awareness Grants, Geothermal Energy Grant Program, Transportation Demand Management Innovation Grants, Energy Code Adoption and Enforcement Grants, Roadside and Onboard Unit In-Kind Grant, Automated Permit Processing for Solar, Transportation Management Organization Seed Funding, Public Building Electrification Grant, Revitalizing Main Streets, CPRG Local Impact Accelerator, and I don't know what those stand for, I'm sorry. CPRG Large Building Decarbonization, Community Development Block Grant Housing, Direct Current Fast Charging Plazas, Local Match for Government IIJA Loma, Energy Mineral Impact Assistance, Transit Oriented Communities Infrastructure, Housing Development, accessory dwelling unit grant, sustainable affordable housing investment, home, transformational housing loan, housing trust fund, ADU financing program, community development block grant, public facilities, public services, strategic fund initiatives, enterprise zone contribution project tax credit, and space to create pre-development grants. And again, I sent these all to you in writing about 5 o'clock today, so that should be in your email as well, in case you didn't write them all down as I was saying them.
City Manager Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to Member Pring's question, I would say at least 20% of that list, we have received one or more of those grants in the last few years. And so we certainly can quantify that over the last few years, if that would be helpful.
Okay, absolutely, yeah. Once we get the responses from the directors, what grants we have secured previously, dollar amounts associated. I'd also like just kind of some insight as to other grants that we would potentially apply for. I think that would also help me around decision-making. And I appreciate you reading off all of those grants. That was a mouthful. That's all I have for now.
Thank you very much, Member Pring. I second that second point as well, just the future grants, especially since we're talking about South Broadway revitalization and, you know, the timeline on that. So potentially, I'm not sure if that gets affected, but not sure if it falls under one of these category buckets that you mentioned. Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing up that I had asked about joining that lawsuit. My question is, since the 6 cities that have filed, has there been discussions of other cities grouping together, especially since another executive order has come out recently on another group of us filing?
I haven't seen any discussions to that effect. I'm on a listserv with all the Colorado city attorneys, as well as we have monthly lunches, and a group of us just email each other on issues, and no one has raised that issue. I'd be happy to explore options. We actually have a city attorney lunch on Wednesday, so I can speak to a couple of other people. There's usually about 50 people there, and I'll reach out then and see if there's any other interest in doing that.
I would be interested on what people are feeling. And I'm just going to be frank, I feel as though home rule cities are being bullied into doing things that we may not normally do in order to be able to get grants. Inglewood is well above what we are required to be as far as density, and are we being required to do more in order to qualify for grants we may or may not get? And I think that's something that this body needs to ask those questions and think about. What have we made decisions now or in the future in order to qualify for money we may or may not get? And I don't like the possibility of being forced into doing something that we may or may not have done. So if other cities are looking at that prospect, I would like for us to think about that. I'll leave it there for now.
All right, thank you, Member Wright. Member Nunekamp. I'm sorry? Well, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
This was an easy one for me because mostly I'm supportive of the state housing laws, so I don't see any reason to put our city at risk, and ultimately our citizens. With the money that we get in grants goes back to benefit the citizens of Inglewood, and I don't see any reason to put our citizens, the flourishing of our city at risk in any way to just put our foot down and say no to the state. The reality is we are a lower level government, and the state tends to win these kind of things. As you work your way up the chain, the authority gets higher, the authority gets stronger. The reality is zoning exists because the federal government from the 1920s through the 1950s and 60s tied a whole bunch of federal money for cities to adopt zoning standards. And so it kind of was contagious, not just because everybody thought it was a good idea, but because the federal government said, if you want to enjoy the funds available, you're going to have to adopt these kind of zoning. Went from federal government down to the states and and then down to cities from there. So this is the same thing. It's only slightly in reverse because now some of the zoning standards are loosening it up. But this is what higher level governments do. They coerce lower level governments into doing things occasionally. They prefer to do it with a goodwill, but they don't always get it. And so ultimately they win these things. And the question is, are we going to recognize that we're under that authority and we're going to abide by it, or is this a hill we're going to die on? For me, it's not a hill to die on. There are hills that I would happily fight on against the state, but these are not ones. These are ones I think will benefit our citizens, in fact, by providing them with further property freedom. So I just don't see any reason for the city government to come in between what's happening here, both by preventing these laws from going into effect and by being the cause of negative impacts on our city when we're not receiving grants that would otherwise benefit the city. So I'm supportive of just accepting the whole package at this point and going on down the road and saying, can't win them all. And this is one we can say, okay, the state has us on that one.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonan-Kemp.
I have a quick question. Does the executive order apply to funding through Prop 123?
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Brad Power, Community Development Director. We haven't delved into the specifics of each one of them, but based on the list that was read, a lot of those, like the housing fund and a lot of the long-term finance opportunities, that could be part of the Prop 123 equation. But as you know, we've shared with you in past meetings that the competition, irrespective of the governor's order for Prop 123 funds, is quite robust.
Yes. I do have that in my mind, which actually makes me think that making ourselves, having other funding sources available is even more important, given some of the competition on Prop 123, and I would hate to see us cut off ourselves from those other opportunities. In some of the news coverage of the executive order, journalists have calculated the executive order cutting cities off from up to $280 million of funding across 34 revenue streams or funding streams. So that's kind of one way we can quantify this. I really hear my council members and my colleagues who are concerned about home rule authority and are concerned about local control. I think we share that fundamental principle as local elected officials. This one is not that issue for me because I agree with these policies. So I would be happy to confirm them and to align our code with them. I think even if you maybe have harder times with some of them, I don't want to see Inglewood be in a place where we cut off our nose to spite our face and where we actually incur more harm to the community by cutting ourselves off from these to kind of take a stand that in the grand scheme of things, I don't think will be very meaningful. I certainly don't support us expending citizen funds to sue the state. I think that's a horrible waste of money. But I would like to see us get to a place where we can say, we're not going to get everything we want all the time, but for the greater good, this is worth it. I tend to think these are good policies and would like to see us have a more long-term view on some of these decisions, especially looking at our budget for the next year. The next agenda item we have actually is around how do we want to pay for a housing plan and what that might cost us. The very first grant that's listed in the executive order is one, or in the packet is one that, or the bill would help fund state cities to create their housing plans. It's like one that was very relevant to exactly what we need. And I think cutting ourselves off from that opportunity is really short-sighted. So I'd like to see us move forward.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp and Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. And so, Member Noonan-Kemp, would you remind me, did you say there was $283 million available for cities? Did I hear that correct?
Yes, Colorado Public Radio has calculated it at $280 million of grant funding.
Okay. I appreciate that. And then to be divided up, really,
Yeah,
not
so-
one city's going to get 280 million.
Correct. It's across 34 different funding streams.
Okay, I appreciate that. This is for the city attorney. What happens if those other cities win their lawsuit?
There's several different potential outcomes, but and I think it's a spectrum too. But if they win everything, I think a court would find that these executive orders and tying funding to an alleged encroachment upon home rule authority is completely invalid and unenforceable.
So if that would happen, we may not have to do anything because the state could not enforce it on us either, correct?
That's most likely correct, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. I personally, the more the governor doubles down and tells us what we're going to have to do, he does not have the right to usurp home rule authority. And I am not in favor, especially like Member Ward, in capitulating to somebody that's bullying us and threatening us. I also believe that we are already well beyond the density that the state has mandated us at this point. And how much density is enough? I don't care if they give us the whole $280 million. We are 6.5 square miles. And our road system can't handle it. We know that the sewer system is not prepared to handle increased density either. And so it doesn't really matter how much they give us. I am very concerned about moving forward, and I will not give in to a state government that thinks they can dictate what we should do. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Pring, I saw your light on, but let me first ask a couple questions. I'll make my comment as well, and then I'll pass it over to you. City Attorney Niles, do we happen to know the timing on when we may hear something regarding the lawsuit?
We don't. I haven't seen any updates in quite some time. I mean, I guess it's only been a couple of months, but since the lawsuit was filed. But generally, I would expect the lawsuit to be proceeding where there would be discovery, scheduling order. Because it's been quiet, I suspect at this point that they are working on discovery, which is then a precursor to generally motions being filed for a summary resolution of the case. But let me reach out to the lead counsel on the case, and I will provide counsel with an update.
So, and I'm not sure what that timing means. Are we talking about we may not hear something until next year, 2026, or?
Lawsuits have gone on for years.
Yeah.
So I would say generally I've seen cases be resolved in as short as a couple of months and as long as multiple year process.
Yeah.
So it could be any time during that range.
Okay. All right. Thank you, City Attorney Niles. I kind of figured that was the answer. But at least from my perspective, I would like to continue with the discussions that we have around this item. Member Nunecamp, you mentioned something. I kind of look at it the other way as well, though. Is like, yeah, I may agree with the direction of this, but what if I didn't agree with usurping home rule? And so that's the aspect of it that does frustrate me about what's being asked of us. So for me, it's like whether the state or the federal government is trying to usurp our home rule authority. I do have a problem with that. The other problem that I have with this state law compliance is the fact that we did do something about this. We may not have gone as far as the state would have liked us to go, especially around parking minimums. But overall, like I felt like we did what we were supposed to do, and as a council, to do what's best for the city of Inglewood. But regardless of that, just based on the fact that we are a potential risk for some of the grant funding and some of the things that we're trying to get accomplished over the next few years, I still want to move forward with the conversation, see where it takes us, and obviously let each member of council decide on how they want to move forward with each of these individual items. So that's where I stand. I want to have the conversation tonight. Member Pring, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I too feel somewhat torn I also want to continue to explore some conversation. I'm not an outright no on, let's say no to everything. There are pieces of some of these that I'm interested in. There are other pieces that I absolutely don't want to see. One thing that I do want to say, just to perhaps give a little perspective, and while all money is good money, $280 million is not a significant amount of money. When you're talking statewide grants, and these are spread across multiple grants, so part of the concern that I would have in accepting a grant from the state would be, then what is our obligation to then either match some funding or have the funding available to do the work that we're seeking to do? Like, would we have the capacity within our budget to fund the rest of the pieces that the grant doesn't cover? So that's a big question mark for me that I think we need to consider. Also, just a little perspective, when we were building the schools in the school district, one school, I think one of the smaller schools, was $32 million. So I just think that we need to really think about dollar amounts and what those dollar amounts can cover. And then I do have one other question. So with compliance or not compliance with the grants, are you eligible for any of the grant monies if you're partially compliant with the land use law, or does it have to be all or nothing?
We actually had that exact same question, and I can tell you it's not completely clear. The prevailing opinion is it's all or nothing. However, it doesn't appear that compliant means you're eligible for a grant and non-compliant means you're not eligible. I think that could be the outcome, but it refers to a scoring metric. Which suggests it's part of the score when evaluating a grant application. But I looked for it today and I could see no reference that is the only criteria. But so it looked, again, this is early. The executive order just came out less than 2 weeks ago. So we're making a lot of guesses here. But it looks like that's one criteria. And so if we are working toward compliance, which is kind of the middle designation, it looks like that will probably score higher than not compliant, but not as high as fully compliant. So it looks like it's a range, but again, we haven't seen a full scoring metric yet, or to see how everything is weighted.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
I think Member Russell was next, and then Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Wright. So go ahead, Member Russell.
Could we get some idea before we move forward of how much each of the three options is going to cost? Because I don't want to move forward if they're going to be so expensive we can't afford any of them. I don't even want to have the conversation tonight.
So Member Russell, you're saying for the next item though, the affordable housing options, that's the dollar amount that you're speaking to, correct?
Right.
The
The
coordinator.
three options.
The
that
three,
were-
yeah, so that's going to be the next item up for discussion after the home
Okay,
rule.
so this is just, all right.
This is just going to be around the state housing laws.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the way I'm thinking about these grants is our budget's very tight, and difference between, a state grant of 10,000 or 20,000, 50,000 may be the difference between being able to do something and not do something. So it's not so much the dollar amount, it's what, the ability. We're often dependent on grants to get us over the edge to complete a project. But my question was on, did you bring this before planning and zoning, and what was their opinion on it if you did?
The only items we took to the Planning and Zoning Commission are ones that would require Title 16 amendment, so the 4.
Okay.
Or I think it was 5, 2 landscaping and 3 housing related bills. The majority of the consensus seemed to move forward from them, with parking probably being the one that we didn't have clear consensus on. There was it ranged from not do anything to remove all parking restrictions across the city. So that conversation was very broad, with the other 3 or the other 4 state land use laws looking to gain compliance.
Okay, thank you.
And Member Wright.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. Do we know what the state budget looks like? I mean, everywhere the budgets are pretty tight. A lot of cuts going on. So do we even know that if the state's going to be able to offer the grants that we're even discussing right now, next year or even into the future? This may be a mute discussion that we're having.
Go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
I can share what I've read in the news that the state is facing a budget shortfall, that they're working to try to find money or cut. I haven't read anything specifically about these grants being on the chopping block, but so I can't tell you. But I know they're facing budget woes certainly.
And that number is 1.2 billion, I believe.
Shortfall. Has anybody read about the Prop 123 money being part of what they're kind of concerned about? Okay. I mean, I right there, I think, is a concern on. Also, I will, Mayor, that I think before we have further discussions and make decisions, we have a lot of questions we should get answered. I think before we make any decisions and move forward. I think the state's budget is a big one. We need to know where they're going to go and what they're going to do. That's a big concern. I mean, that amount of money is a huge one. Nobody might be getting any money next year, so just a thought.
Mayor Pro Tem, your light is still on. Okay. So Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So I do have a question. Isn't this true that a lot of grant money requires matching funds from the state? I mean, from the city. A lot of the CDOT money that we're getting for the South Broadway revitalization requires a substantial amount of city matching funds. And so if we can't even afford the matching funds, that would be problematic also. So I just want to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Member Russell. So based on what I heard tonight, I think there's 4 of us that want to at least move forward with the discussion. And I think, Brian, I probably would ask you to also provide timeline, because this is one of 2 nights. We're going to be talking about this item again, I believe, on September 8th, whatever that first Monday is in September. But so tonight, I think we could probably provide guidance on some of the items that are being brought up. But when do we ultimately decide? Does it come in front of us in a city council meeting, late September, early October? Because I heard October 7th or whatever date it was from the grant. I'm not sure if that has any say in whether or not we have to get it approved by that date, but what's the timeline look like?
Well, that's a great question, Mayor. There's quite a few timelines.
Oh, great.
As far as all these laws are considered, each one kind of has its own separate time frame in which we need to either create new ordinances or amend our ordinances or start reporting or recording information for the state. The biggest ones, I think, right now are the accessory dwelling unit, the parking laws, and then the sustainable affordable housing assistance law. So the first 3 that we had scheduled to discuss tonight. The other 4, 5 we can discuss in 2 weeks. They have either longer timelines or they seem to us to be some of the less intensive conversation. With the first 3 being probably the most.
Member Russell, did you have your light on? Did you have another question? No. Okay. So I think I got that time or the count correct. Member Prang, you stated that you're okay with moving forward, but it's just obviously you're gonna depends on the subject matter in terms of where you
I'd
sit on
like to
something.
continue some conversation.
Okay.
I'm not prepared to make any decisions, and I
Right.
especially don't want to make those decisions in a study session. But I do think that we need to continue to talk about.
Yeah, I think for tonight, I think we just may give direction, and then obviously at some point it has to come back in front of us for an actual vote. But tonight we are just going to express our thoughts, what we're comfortable with, what we're not comfortable with, and any other feedback for staff so that it does come back in front of us at a later point. So I think that's good. But in the meantime, since we are going to have this item again on the 8th of September, some of the questions that were raised by members of council tonight, I'm hoping that we may be able to get some answers by that date. So, all right. I don't see any further questions. So Brian, I'll pass it over to you to start the discussion.
Okay. So again, here are the 7 laws, or sorry, 8 laws, 3 of which we'll kind of start the conversations tonight, and then we anticipated that this would be a much longer conversation. We have another 5. We've grouped 2 together. They're essentially the same law. The state just added another group of individuals that it would be enforced upon, and that's regarding landscaping. So our format, the first thing we want to do is identify the law and provide the summary. We still give the House bill and Senate bill numbers. The state has done the same thing until this last week, where they've started using the citations for these new laws, so we've kind of followed the same practice. What current actions we have as far as what would be necessary from compliance if there's a Title 16 amendment required, what kind of options we have as a city for these amendments. We also have a report on a regional housing needs assessment, and then any reporting requirements that we've incurred to date. And then we'll go through some actions remaining if they're applicable. So the first item would be State Bill 24-174. This one is the Sustainable Affordable Housing Assistance Law. This law requires that essentially a city must complete a housing needs assessment and update it every 6 years. We must complete that assessment by the end of next year. We must complete it either locally, or we can do that using a regional approach. In addition, we also must complete a housing action plan by January 1st, 2028, which also must be updated every 6 years. What our team did, we submitted the Inglewood Housing Needs Assessment that was presented to you previously in 2022 to the Department of Local Affairs on December 6th, 24. DOLA noted that gave us conditional approval, but stated that we were missing certain outputs and data indicated below here. We would, as a group, have until December 31st, 2026 to complete this. This is one of those items, I think Councilmember Wright asked about grants that may not get funding. This is a grant. There is a grant opportunity to hire someone to do the work of the housing needs assessment and housing action plan. But on the grant webpage, it does say that additional funding opportunities are not guaranteed part of that grant. So I do want to make you all aware of that. So that's our local housing needs assessment. Alternatively, we do have the ability to comply with this law by using a regional approach. Denver Regional Council of Governments, or DRCOG, completed a compliant report in the summer of this year. And if you choose to, we can use this regional assessment to comply with the state law. And then it would get updated every 6 years, and we would continue to be part of that update. What we've talked to the Department of Local Affairs about is this would not affect our local housing needs assessment. We could do both if we choose to, and still work off of our local assessment and trying to meet the goals of the larger assessment, or we can just use our local assessment, which does need some updates. So I'll open that up to conversation. If you choose to move forward with the regional assessment, we do have to give a presentation tonight. There is a 60-day window in which our group would have to take comments from our council and provide them to DRCOG. That window is open in July and closes on September 12th. So if we still have the meeting on September 8th, we can take any additional comments that you have then, and then put those in for that report, which would now make us compliant with the state law to date. So I'll open it up to questions, you all.
Any comments from members of council on this? So this is just regarding the housing needs then? Yeah.
Yes, this law is only about the housing needs assessment and housing action plans. So this first part is the discussion of housing needs assessment, because it's the most prominent part to date, with the housing action plan having to come next.
Okay. Perfect. All right, I think Member Wright, your light was on first.
And I was looking at the expenditures on this.
Oh, sorry,
You
what was
pick-
that, Member Wright? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, so I was looking at the expenditures page on this. Can you confirm for council how much the expenditures are going to be on this one? Is it the 7.5 million?
Expenditures from the city?
From the SB 24, yes, it says personal services, operating expenditures. Is that the cost to the city?
I don't know exactly what you're looking at. Do you know what page you are on the packet?
Well, I think
It would be.
Go
it's
ahead.
Page 4, but it doesn't say on the packet what page it is. So it'd be, oh, I'm sorry, it's 392. So I'm trying to see how much the city would be paying and how much we would be responsible for.
Councilmember Wright, to date, we have not applied for any grants associated with this bill or this law. So
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out before we move forward on anything, is this potentially the cost? Because it's talking about 9.1 full-time employees. So I'm just trying to get a grasp on. This is what I'm.
Well, I guess, Brian, can you just, or Brad, can you just state, we've completed the housing needs assessment. We basically just had to submit it now, correct?
So we completed the 2022-2023 housing needs assessment from Root Policy Research. The cost of that was approximately $160,000, and it was split between the city and the state, so it was a half-half grant.
Right.
Relative to, I don't believe there's any cost for us
Right.
signing on to the DRCOG Regional Housing Needs Analysis, so that's not a cost factor. The cost factor for the future would be that every 6-year commitment to
Right.
update the housing action plans that are required in the law.
Correct. So for this item, there may not be a potential additional cost because we've done it. We did it 2 years ago or 3 years ago. In 3 years, we may have to do it again.
That's correct, and especially if we accede to the DRCOG analysis and participate that way.
Perfect. Anything to add on regarding Member Wright's comments? Because she did have a question there.
I
Go
do.
ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what you are looking at is the final fiscal notes from the state government. And it's talking about on their end, how many employees would it cost for them to implement these new state laws. We included all of those in each of in the packet because it gives a good representation of enforcement and kind of summaries of each law when we did the original.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Noonan-Camp.
Just as a point of clarification, if we are deemed compliant through DRCOG, we still don't qualify for any funding through this bill, though, if we don't adopt the other ones, correct?
I think if we were compliant through DRCOG, or even right now until, what is that, 2026, December 31st, 2026, kind of compliance in progress, because we are working towards compliance. So until we show that we are non-compliant, we are continuing to work towards compliance.
But this goes to the earlier question of the city attorney, that if we don't comply with all of the laws, we don't qualify for funding under any of them, correct? So even if I'm trying to assess if we're compliant through DRCOG, does that actually get us anything?
We aren't completely sure. I hate to say that. We think it's likely that it's all or nothing, but we don't know for sure.
And do you know is there a scenario where the funding goes to DRCOG and then gets passed on to us or not?
We're not sure.
Great. Okay. Sorry.
Still a lot of unknowns, Member Noonan-Camp. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Are you looking for direction if council wants to move forward with compliance through DRCOG?
I think that's the first part of the conversation is, would you rather us if you choose to comply, would you rather us comply using our local housing needs assessment, which we still have work to do on, or would you like to comply using the DRCOG assessment, which has already been completed, and all we really have to do as a group is provide questions and comments from you all, and then that portion of that law is now compliant, and then DRCOG would have to update every 6 years, and we would likely have to do the same thing every 6 years, come to you all, present the information, gather questions and comments, and submit to DRCOG.
That sounds to me like the easier solution, right, from staff time perspective, is just to be compliant through DRCOG.
I would say from a staff time, it would be the least amount of time on staff. And then from a cost perspective, the only cost to us is this meeting tonight and the information from you all, as opposed to having to hire a consultant to do any additional work.
I would like to do that, move forward with being compliant through DRCOG.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonan-Camp.
I'm comfortable with DRCOG, but I would also support us being compliant on our own if that unlocks actual funding opportunities versus going through DRCOG. If that doesn't get us anything with the state, then that's much less attractive to me. So that's my perspective.
Thank you very much, Member Noonan-Camp. Sorry, Member Ward, I look like I skipped you. Go ahead.
My only concern with the DRCOG assessment is that's going to be a regional assessment, so it's not going to address Inglewood specifically. Do we have any reason to believe that that would be relevant at all to us?
I can answer that from a recent experience with our neighbor to the south. They had DRCOG come and present, and DRCOG was able to extract Littleton data from the DRCOG report. So I think they do have the ability to make that customizable to the city just based on where they're collecting from. And that report was given to Littleton City Council, I believe, a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So that might be a good resource to watch if you want to see what that looks like.
Yeah, in that case, in the event that this work has already been done and there's nothing additional necessarily being required for us except to put a stamp on it, I guess, I don't necessarily object to complying with this one.
I'm in the same boat, so I'm okay with the DRCOG aspect of it. So that gives us at least 4 tonight. But it does sound like potentially completing our own as well. Member Prang, you don't have any objections to this?
Nothing to,
Okay.
yeah, no objection. I'm okay with that
Okay.
for now.
All right. So, Brian, back to you. And Brian, let me know if you're not clear on the direction that we're giving. So,
No,
go ahead.
we're good so far. So we actually have that report. It was in your packet tonight, and John is here to give a short presentation about the DRCOG Regional Housing Needs Assessment.
So we probably should have gone over that first before we actually
Sorry.
agreed to it. But go ahead, John.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for allowing me to go through this with you. I think it's really makes a lot of sense to check this box very easily. We thought so.
John, just because this item may take a while, can you quickly go through this and just cover the pertinent points because we may have a long evening ahead of us?
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's quickly go through this. So this was initiated by the DRCOG Board of Directors in response to affordability challenges. It provides a shared data-driven foundation to understand how many units are needed, where and what price points, and provides a scale and scope of housing needs to develop strategies that will match the reality on the ground. The name of the game is coordination. Housing markets are regional. People make choices about where they want to live based on factors that cross boundaries. As you may know, that many Inglewood citizens, the majority of them do not work in Inglewood. They work in different communities in the metro. The same goes with employees in Inglewood. The majority of them live outside of the city. The key findings from the DRCOG H&A is that the region is not producing enough housing to keep pace with population and job growth. The low-income households below 50% area median income represent the greatest needs. We have an aging population, and smaller household trends will require more diverse housing types. and housing types and affordability are unevenly distributed across the region. The number of housing units needed to address current and future needs. The Denver region needs to build 500,000 units by 2050. To keep track with that, by 2032, the Metro must build 223,000 units. There's a current shortage of 69,000 due to the lack of building during the Great Recession. There's an additional need of 154,000 that will be needed in the next 7 years just to regular population growth. And so the total for 10 years is 223,000. Based on distribution, where you see the greatest need is in that 0 to 50% housing income range. The assessment was basically what they did was they divided up the metro into these 5 different submarkets. Inglewood is in the southeast submarket. The way they did this, they created a model to distribute housing needs across the submarkets, and they looked at populations, both current and future, employment, current and future, transportation, including transit, future transit and commuting times, and then housing, affordable units, and vacancy rate throughout the different submarkets. And this is kind of what it looks like, the distribution of housing needs across the submarkets. You can see that our market southeast has some pretty strong needs in that 0 to 30 and 30 to 60% median income. To understand the numbers, this is what Dr. Cog was stressing. The assessment provides the scale and scope of housing needs, develop strategies to match reality on the ground. The precise number is not as important as understanding the scale and scope of the need and developing strategies that are proportionate to that need. And so based on that question, was this going to be really relevant to Inglewood? Part of the housing needs assessment, they have a dashboard on their web page, which is really slick. And you go on there and you can then go and choose whether you want to see just one community, which you can do that. And that's what I did for the next few slides. I just chose Inglewood. You can also choose Inglewood against other communities and compare and contrast communities. So this does actually produce numbers for just Inglewood alone. So this is our current household size distribution in Inglewood. We have a preponderance of 1 and 2 person household. Current dwelling type distribution in Inglewood, we have a majority of our housing units would be single family detached. And we also have a lot of apartments, especially larger complexes on the other right-hand side. Where we're kind of lower is that more of that smaller lot attached product at 1,010 and the smaller apartment 2 to 9 units at 1,586. Cost burdened households in Inglewood, this has grown substantially since 2000, where 36.7% of households in Inglewood were cost burdened for housing, and that has grown to 50.5% in 2022. And then looking at projected job distribution by earnings in Inglewood, 40% of our primary jobs pay less than $40,000 a year, and that's the light aquamarine and light blue there. That's the 40% that pays less than $40,000 a year. And then the next few slides, I kind of am a little bit out of order. This is the 10-year renter housing unit need by income in Inglewood. Once again, our biggest need is that 0 to 50% level, 2,040 units. This one is the total amount of houses, both renter and owner housing unit housing needs. Once again, in that lower 0 to 50%, we have the greatest need. And then this third one was actually this is the owner, just the owner housing unit need, not excluding the renter housing unit need. Local participation. So basically, I thank you for listening to this presentation. Basically now where we are is that the local governing body reviews the regional housing needs assessment at a public meeting. The local government submits comments to Dr. Cog during a defined 60-day review period. And we're meeting that right now. And so at this point, this is where we will happily answer any questions that you have on the presented materials. And we also encourage you to give us your feedback and commentary on this Dr. Cog Regional H&A for submission to Dr. Cog.
All right, thank you, John. I think we probably should just move on to the next item since we've already given consensus on that item in terms of direction. So, Brian, oh, sorry, go ahead, Member Russell.
I would like to know if we already exceed our quota according to Dr. Cog's study. Do we already are we already meeting that? Do we know that yet at this point?
Those numbers that we showed you are not what is in Inglewood today primarily. They are projected needs of units that we do not have in our community. So the 2,400 units that are not there that are affordable to that group.
Okay, so does that mean that we are going to have to increase density? Either that or some of the housing in Inglewood the price has to come down in order for it to be affordable? Or does that mean we actually have to build that many more houses?
It can be a combination. There could be opportunities where, let's say, an older apartment complex comes on the market, and if your housing program is in place and you have the funding, you may be able to purchase that apartment building, have it renovated, and then keep those units affordable. So there's a lot of different ways to do that. With ownership, what I've know that the South Metro Housing Office in Littleton has been working with Habitat for Humanity to take some of their existing housing units they have spread out through the city, renovate them, and then offer them to qualifying families as ownership housing. So there's a lot of different ways, and you'll probably have to build some units as well to make all of these numbers to meet those levels of numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just for the sake of providing feedback, this looks really good and detailed for Inglewood. I wasn't expecting this level of detail Inglewood specific, so I'm happy to see that. How did these numbers for the housing needs compare to our previous housing need assessment?
I thought they're pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah, there wasn't any real big surprises.
Okay, good. So that's a confirmation that we were on the right track then, and this would fill the need going forward. Thank you.
All right. Don't see any further questions, so perfect, Brian. I'll turn it back to you. Thank you, John.
Okay, the next item we will talk about is House Bill 241304, or essentially the new parking law. This law requires or states that a city cannot enact or enforce minimum parking requirements for multifamily residential, adaptive reuse, residential or adaptive reuse for mixed use. But we can enforce exceptions or impose an exception for one of two types of projects that contain more than 20 or more housing units, or that are regulated affordable housing projects. So current parking requirements for the city of Inglewood for multifamily projects, which the state does give you flexibility on how you define multifamily within your city. The way we do it is starts at 5 units. Current parking requirements are one space for 1-bedroom apartments, 1.5 spaces for 2-bedroom apartments, 2 spaces for 3-bedroom apartments, plus guest parking. Amendments to the code could vary just to meet the minimum compliance. We could do anything from updating our parking applicability statements to just state that certain types of projects, the projects listed in these DOLA identified areas, are exempt from our parking requirements. Or you could go all the way to removing parking rates citywide. I only say that we also reached out and looked at what our neighbors are doing. So Littleton has no parking required for new residential development within DOLA identified areas. Essentially, they updated their applicability standard. City of Denver recently removed parking minimums across the board. Sheridan has done it just for the specific things mentioned. City of Centennial hasn't changed their code. Cherry Hills Village did not change their code. As you know, Greenwood Village is part of the ongoing litigation, and the City of Lakewood has a code proposal in the works. So we will just stop it right there and ask for some direction from council. If you want to go forward with this one, or if this is one that you want to pause and continue to wait on.
Let me see if okay, so we're on 1304. Go to the next slide real quick, Brian, because I'm a little bit confused. This is one of the things that confused me. This is this is out of place, is it not? Because this is now talking to House Bill 1304. The item that we're speaking about is 241152. Is that correct?
That was the first one. So if you, first item was 241152, which was the housing needs assessment law.
Okay. That was just in a different section, though. Okay, so we're still speaking to 1304, though.
Yes, now 1304 is the new parking requirement.
Okay, perfect. Any Mayor Pro Tem, you're the first one up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm supportive of following this. And just to add on to that, I think there's some misperception that not having a minimum parking requirement means that somehow we're opposed to parking altogether. I think what this is just an acknowledgement that the people best positioned to decide how much parking they need are the people building the projects, and which makes a lot of sense. I mean, apartment builders know that they need to provide a certain number of parking spaces if they want to sell their apartments at a certain price. And we've seen that multiple times where on PUDs they've come in and have been higher than our parking minimums because they know that that's what's best to sell those apartments. So I'm definitely supportive of letting the property owners make the decision here on parking minimums. So I'd be happy to eliminate these rules.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell.
Thank you. I would just like to ask Mayor Pro Tem why you believe that the developers have the best information. It costs them a lot more to build parking spaces. They can get a lot more bang for their buck in building units. In all the reports that I've been reading, it looks like developers can't make money on parking areas. They can make money on building buildings. So I was just curious how you came to that conclusion.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's because in talking to developers several times, they have found that if they don't have enough parking spaces, I mean, there's a learning curve to it. If they don't provide enough parking spaces, then people don't want to live there because people don't want to have to park miles and miles away. It's just it's a basic marketing tactic. If you want people to live in the units you're building, you have to amenitize it properly, and parking is an amenity they've discovered is required by a lot of patrons that want to live in those apartments.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. I would respectfully disagree with you because I've seen apartment houses even in Inglewood. The developers don't live here. They build the building and they leave. And then the citizens in Inglewood are stuck with parking. And I've said this before, all of the apartments over by the Marks in that area off by Romans Park, Floyd is full on both sides of the street. And so I do have problems with that. So thank you for explaining that to me, though. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wright.
Thank you. I can recall during public comment a couple of years ago, a resident came with a video recording. Her son lived over off of Oxford and Santa Fe, and she was showing a video at night of trying to find a parking spot over by, I believe they're called the Oxfords. There is no parking. There was no street lights. They had to park blocks away at night, and he had a young son. The developer didn't think about parking. And she had a video showing how dangerous it was for her at nighttime. So I don't think that developer made a good choice when they had lack of parking. And then I was recently at a new development and they built in underground parking. And if you have a car or not, you are required to buy a parking spot in the underground parking. Hey, it's smart for the developer. They're making money if you have a car or not. So I think that we need to be wise on this because I'm thinking how the developer was thinking. They're making money if you have a car or not. And then this resident walking at night near Santa Fe in a busy area by the train spot at night. So I listened to both sides. I think we do need to have some requirements, and I think we need to be thoughtful about it. I would not want to be in certain areas at night by myself, and we saw it on video, and then I've talked to the developers also. So.
Thank you, Member Wright. Member Noonan-Camp.
I support adopting this. Thank you, Member Knows I support this policy. And I'll just add, as I often do, that I live off of Floyd. I drive it every single day and night, and it is not full of cars.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. And I'm going to go to Member Prang since she hasn't chimed in on this item yet. Go ahead, Member Prang.
Okay, thank you. So I feel like when we discussed this particular law before, I think we had some questions around underutilized parking throughout the city. And I had a note about duration of parking, but I have no idea what that means anymore. Have we collected any data as far as underutilized parking within the city that could help inform decision making around this? I feel like if we're looking at completely getting rid of all parking requirements, having some sense of what exists, what's being used, what's not being used, like make the argument for us. So answer that one first.
The Downtown Development Authority did collect some parking information, and I think we can get that to you.
Okay.
If you'd want to wait on this decision. But they did a study of parking lots and on-street parking in the downtown area, so we can get that information too.
Okay. That's helpful to at least have a small segment of the city. I mean, it'd be nice if we could somehow get that information citywide. Also, I'd be interested in knowing some sort of sense of how many potential sites there are throughout the city where a 19 or under unit could be built. For me, I want to know, what are we talking about? What's the scope of how many units we could actually even build within the city? Is this even really a question mark that I should be having? If it's 2 or 3 sites throughout the city, for me, that's very different than, we have 100 sites within the city where we could potentially do a build like that and then not have parking available. So some sense of that would be helpful to me. And then I guess also in some of my own research and looking at what's out there, and because there's a lot of passion around parking apparently on both sides. And a lot of the information that I looked at for cities that have successfully gotten rid of all parking minimums is that they have some sort of parking management system in place. And we're not talking about having that available in Inglewood. We don't have that available. We haven't had a conversation around who can enforce parking and not. Is it just the police? Or are there other types of positions that could be created in the city that are maybe not paid as much as police officers that could help with, if we had multiple sites where parking could become an issue, how do we enforce, helping people out that may live there and it's a busier street and there's just not parking available. So those are all pieces of information that would be helpful to me to get my head around this one and make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Prang. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll just respond to a couple things. Is there's always going to be places where the parking spills out onto the street, but I would argue that that's actually a good utilization of public space. If there's parking available on the streets adjacent to apartment buildings, we actually say that that counts towards their parking requirement for residential buildings. So I'm not opposed to having cars parked on the streets adjacent to it. I park on the street in front of my house, so I don't mind if apartment people do that as well. The other thing I would say is there was a parking study done by RTD in 2020, 2021. I don't know if that's been updated, but that might be a useful piece of information because it says a 1 out of 5 or across the board. It's talking about affordable housing facilities are overparked, and the parking requirements can be up to 5 times as much as the need in many of these. So it's easy to look out and say, oh, that one doesn't have quite enough parking spaces because there's cars parked out on the street. But what does it tell you when the government requires you to put in more parking than is needed? Not only is it a waste of space in an urban area, it costs money to build and maintain. And I have a problem with that when the government requires people to do something that's totally unnecessary. That's why I think the best people to decide this would be the developers building the projects.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Ward.
I still haven't gotten to the place where I'm completely on board with eliminating all parking minimums, but I think I told you all about the session that I attended at CML, where a municipality in Colorado has done it. I believe it was Longmont, if memory serves me correctly. And one of the ways that they manage their parking is they seem to kind of come at it sideways. So while their code doesn't explicitly mandate any parking, they have the ability to approve or disapprove developments based on some nebulous criteria like adverse effect on the surrounding neighborhood. So if there's no parking in a development where there's going to be 1,000 cars a day, they're going to conclude that that has an adverse effect on the surrounding neighborhood and talk to the developer about potentially adding some parking to the development. So even though there's no strict criteria, they're still in some manner enforcing parking in the area. The nightmare situation for me is that parts of Inglewood become so popular and busy, and we have inadequate parking there that the city where I live in becomes like Rhino, where I don't go and I don't visit and I don't like driving and I can't park, and I don't go there because I can't park there. I don't want the town where I live to become like that. So there has to be some balance in the equation here where we can look at a way to make sure that people can still move around and get from place to place and stay briefly or for longer terms of time in that location because they have a place to put their car when they go there. To the extent that they want to use public transportation, great. They don't need to park their car. And maybe we look at how parking works in those particular zones. But I could get on board with a discussion about reduction, but when the state comes to me and says, you cannot have a parking minimum, I am going to tell them to pound sand. I can do whatever I want in this town relative to land use as long as it's legal. And it falls under the threshold of home rule. So that's where I'm at on parking right now.
Thank you very much, Member Ward. I guess I'll chime in. I'm still a little bit unsure of this one just because I'm trying to understand the definition of it, of what this all means. But so it states within transit service area, and I'm trying to understand like what that, similar to what Member Pring asked in terms of like how many properties are we talking about? It sounds like, Broadway itself, Hampton, obviously the city center area. These are areas that potentially can have buildings of this size, 20 and under, right? And so for me, or 19 and under, I guess I should say. I guess I'm trying to understand like what are we talking about from that aspect of it, because I know it doesn't really go into the neighborhood, although you could kind of argue it does because of Como or Lincoln on each side of Broadway. But I'm just trying to understand what this may mean for a large chunk of our city.
So that's a great question, Mayor. And one of our planning commissioners actually kind of asked a very similar question. In wanting us to overlay this type of map that we got from DOLA onto our zoning map to show exactly where these things could be built by right, so where they could be built right now. The hard part about choosing the, sites for the 19 or under apartments is somebody could combine 2 locations and we would have missed it. So that's harder for us to choose. We could only get the ones that exist right now. So it may be probably the best use of for everyone if we show the zoning map and kind of note what developments could happen in what districts. And then it may be a little bit easier to read. And then where it would occur also depends on how far the council chooses to go with parking minimums. So if you were to remove parking minimums across the board, we would just show you the entire city of Inglewood because it could happen anywhere. Those are parking minimums. If you chose only the affected project types and only those affected areas, then yes, it would likely not affect any of our single-family districts because you can't build any of those projects in our single-family district. So
Yeah, thanks for that clarity, Brian. But so that example that you said that they may combine 2 lots, but doesn't that only really affect the MU districts in that case? Because you still can't do that in an R1 or an R2 to combine 2 lots and make 19 and under. Well, no, you can because it is multifamily. R2 isn't a multifamily area, so technically, yes, you could do it, but it probably wouldn't be the size of 19. It wouldn't be 19 units. It would be 2 or 3 or.
Yeah, in the R1 district, no.
Right.
That wouldn't occur. In the R2A district, we can only allow 2 units inside the block and then up to 4 units on the corners. If you'll recall, kind of that was the upgrade added to the code. But the R2B district is where you start to see apartments come in. And again, that's how we define multifamily for us is the apartment. So 5 units and above. And those would come in on R2B corner lot. And then, so then all 3 of the MUR districts, MUR 3A, B, and C, sorry, not M1. M1 and M2, I think, have some allowances. The MUB1 and MUB2 districts also have allowances for.
Right. Okay.
Point of information.
Yes, go ahead. Rosa.
On this map, where is it that we can build them? I mean, Inglewood is outlined in red. So does this show where we are intending to build them?
This is the map that was created by the Department of Local Affairs to show the affected areas based on their bus routes and transit stops. So these areas are the areas where, as DOLA or the state is saying, we would have to remove parking requirement for these specific project types.
So in other words, along Broadway, along Hampton, along the main corridors, all of them in every housing area?
Yes,
in every
and
zone district?
So you don't necessarily have to remove parking requirements for single-family housing. That's not part of this group. But anything 5 units and above would have to, 5 units to 19 units potentially would have no parking requirements. 20 units and above, we could create an exception, or there's the ability to impose an exception. But the most impacted areas, yes, are along Hampden and our medical district and along Broadway and then City Center.
Thank you.
Perfect. I think you answered my question, so I think I'm good with that, Brian. Are we back to you, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member
I
Nunecamp?
think so. My question was, I know we're kind of talking in hype. Was you next, Steve? Okay.
I'm missing his light, so it's the second time I've done it tonight.
My question is just about how many of these do we actually see, even in places where it's legal to build a unit between 5 and 19. My understanding is that very few developers are doing this because they have to, we have the problem with the double exits, and the floor plates have to be big enough to get the floor plate efficiency high enough to where they can get both their exits in and all of that. Brian, just from your, put you on the spot here, how many 5 to 19 units have you seen somebody come in and pull a permit for in the last, since you've been here, I guess, the last few years? That happen?
I don't know that I've seen somebody apply for a building permit for somewhere in that range in the 3 years that I've been here.
I don't think that. I think, we can, I think this is a hypothetical. I would like to see more 5 to 19 units, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of that building type until we get single stair access. So it's kind of a hypothetical thing at this point. I would, I'd wonder if this one's not worth fighting just because it's only hypothetical overflowing on the streets. If nobody's going to build 5 to 19, then we're not really stopping anything anyway.
Member Ward.
Was the Hilltop development 5 to 19 on Broadway there?
I think that one was right before my time.
It was developed approximately 8 years ago.
Okay. I just wanted to point out that we seem to be missing in this discussion our R2 and some of our MU districts border our R1 districts. So when we make changes in these districts, R2 and MU, they do have an effect on the bordering R1 districts. An example would be what we talked about earlier, the apartments on Oxford at Navajo. The most recent development there directly borders an R1C residential area. And we heard from those neighbors when we approved that PUD. That's the other thing, is that there does seem to be some PUD pressure also occurring through the city when someone looks at a piece of land that borders these districts and says that might be a great place for me to develop an apartment complex. Typically, they apply for a PUD. And so I guess with a PUD, we would have a little bit more control over things like parking, but we still use some of the underlying standards when we're looking to approve those to kind of say what would be a similar type of development in this area. But I guess the moral of the story is when we're moving pieces like this, we can't just think about the district that we're changing. We have to think about the surrounding district and the effect that it has on that area as well.
Thank you, Member Ward. This is one that I fall in line, or I agree with Member Prank. I just need a little bit more information on this one. I do like the idea of the parking minimums, but I do need to understand more on the MURs, that R2 district, and just basically, whether or not you want to highlight it in yellow within this map, or because obviously I can tell where Broadway is on that map. I can see Hampton. I know where City Center is at. I now want to kind of see where the R2s may be affected by that as well. So that's kind of where I sit on this one, and I can get there. I just need to understand it a little bit better, though.
We can certainly work on that.
Okay. Any further questions from members of council on this item? All right. So we'll move on to the next one. I know that this might be the last item that we covered tonight before we go on to have the next session on the 8th of September. But is this the ADUs now? Are we on to ADUs?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this one is the ADU law, and I can keep this one pretty short.
Okay.
Most of what would be required for compliance are somewhat minimal changes to our code. So if you recall, the big heavy lift with this one was actually done with the Title 16 amendments in 2023. We've reached out, or what we did as a staff is we submitted an extension request to DOLA in June to have an additional 6 months to gain compliance with these new laws. They approved the extension through December 30th, just the same day that the second governor's executive order came out. The only amendments that would be required to Title 16 are for us to provide a definition of an ADU. And a lot of what that definition does is we can actually talk about what an ADU is not. It is not a mobile home. It is not, not an RV or a travel trailer, which we already don't allow for people to live in our code. We would need to reduce the setbacks for internal and attached ADUs to the same as an accessory building, which is 3 feet, or 5 feet, which is the same as the primary structure in certain zones. We would be required to add language to specific use standards that allow ADUs within all existing and future plan unit developments that allow single unit detached dwellings. In the city of Inglewood, there are 2. One of them already allows for ADUs. I believe that one's, I think, on Lincoln Street. I may be wrong. The other one, I think it's 5 townhomes that allows for it. The other one is down off of Quincy. I think there's a total of 9 units in that subdivision. This last item, allow ADUs in conjunction with courtyard pattern in front and rear corner lot detached houses. We actually can remove that off this list. We've been talking with DOLA, and we think that item is actually okay within our current code, so we would not have to change that. We would need to remove, and I think this came out of some prior conversations, to remove the primary structure height limitation for ADUs. Right now, an accessory building can be 16 feet tall. If you have an ADU above that accessory building, it can be 25 feet, but it cannot be taller than the primary home. So we have some single family homes that would like to build ADUs above the garage. mainly because they're limited on size and their lot coverage, and they're kind of restricted with that height requirement, so it would remove that. It would remove the primary design compatibility requirements for ADUs and remove the prohibition from the Neighborhood Preservation Overlay District. The majority of these are coming out of DOLA guidance. We've also submitted our requirements, the existing requirements to DOLA to get some additional guidance if they have any. And so far, this is what we've come up with for amendments that we would need to make to be compliant.
Perfect. Thank you, Brian. It's the former shrines on Logan and Floyd is the one that you were, one
Logan,
of the two
I
PUDs.
don't know why I'm thinking Lincoln, but Logan, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Any questions from members of council on this item? Go ahead, Member Wright.
Thank you. These ADUs that could be built on top of a garage, will code require them to put in fire suppression?
I can't quote the building code. You wouldn't want me to.
I've been asked the question. I said I'd ask. So.
I can certainly get that information for you from our building
Okay.
folks, but I couldn't answer that question offhand.
I see there does. So, and my own question now. So is there I'm trying to picture this in my mind. Is there a maximum height then? Because I recall years ago, there was someone wanted to build an ADU on top of their garage. They were told no because the neighbors were complaining because they could see into their yard or their possible house, their kitchen or whatever. So is there a maximum height that these ADUs on top of a garage could go because of privacy issues that could come up?
Thank you, Councilmember Wright. That's a great question. 25 feet by code right now.
Okay.
But on top of that, the ADU, the height of the ADU on top of the garage cannot be higher than the peak of the existing primary structure. So if your main house is only 23 feet tall, then you're limited to 23 feet tall in the rear. We've had a few folks that have not necessarily enjoyed that requirement of our code, and that it's kind of hindered the development of a few ADUs. I know of one specifically that was able to figure out how to adjust floor heights and do some other things to make theirs work, but I think they had a taller primary structure. So right now it's 25 foot on top of no taller than the primary home.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments on this item? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm supportive of this. This is one I've heard from a lot of citizens on, bringing these codes up to date with the state land use, but especially on the that height requirement. What the effect of that seems to be is that people are discovering, since there's no parking requirement for ADUs, people are concluding that they have to build on the ground since they can't exceed their house height, and then they lose parking. So this is one way where we can allow people to get the parking that they do want by putting a garage underneath these. So I would like to see all these changes move forward. I think they would benefit the city, and a lot of people really would like to see these go forward as well that I've talked to.
Go ahead, Member Nunekamp.
I support these changes as well. I've also received citizen feedback about a couple of these things. And I think some of the changes around setbacks being 3 feet, I don't think are significant. And this is an easy one for us.
Thank you, Member Nunekamp. I'm in favor of most of this. I have a question regarding that last item, the Neighborhood Preservation Overlay District. What area does that affect?
I think it's about a 3 or 4 block area just north of, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, just north of Old Hamden along Grant Street, and then 1 block on Sherman.
That is correct.
So just west of Logan. That area west of Logan, north of Gerard, or
North
actually
of Old
north
Hampton,
of Hampton,
to approximately Floyd.
Yep. Okay. I know I've had many discussions with that group over the years, and they got that passed. What was that? Early 2010s, somewhere around there. I need a little bit more information on that one. You'll have to refresh my memory on what that overlay stipulates. So that's the only thing, but other than that, it's like I have no issues with any of the actions required on this one. But I just need more information on that to speak intelligently on on what that impact would be based on the overlay that they requested, 15, 20 years ago. So, okay. All right, any further questions? I think this is where we're stopping for the evening. Am I correct on that, Brian? Are we stopping on this item?
I think we only had one other slide that says that there's one other portion of that law that we have to become an ADU supportive jurisdiction and be certified. There are 10 supportive strategies. We currently regulate ADUs as STRs, which does qualify us through that strategy. So that is, in short, everything with that one. So I think we can be done for tonight and come back in 2 weeks.
So there's nothing else to add based on that one slide, this slide?
No additional action.
We're already in compliance, basically. Okay. All right, any further questions from members of council on this item? All right. That went well. So I thought we were going to go longer than the time stipulated on the study session or the agenda. All right, well, Brian, John, Brad, thank you very much for your time tonight. We'll see you back on September 8th. Hopefully we get a few of the questions answered by, some of the questions that were asked by council earlier tonight. Hopefully we get a little bit more clarity on it for that discussion on that night. So, all right, with that, everyone, we will now take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break at 7:55. We could be back at 8:05. We'll get started with the third item. Thank you, everyone. All right. All right, members of council, it's about 8:06. All right, members of the public, we are now back. We're moving on to agenda item 6. This is the Affordable Housing Plan action. This is the action plan preparation update. So we have Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd, Director of Community Development Brad Power, as well as City Manager Sean Lewis here on the follow-up from the July 14th Affordable Housing Workshop. So, Tim, are we starting off with you?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. I'll be going over kind of the follow-up that staff did in between July 14th when you talked about this last time in the facilitated study session. And then City Manager Lewis and Director Power will do the rest of the presentation. So quick background, obviously there's been several touch points. It started with the root policy analysis a couple years ago. Then obviously we had the Housing Affordability Task Force, which worked for the better part of 2024. Since that time, there have been a couple meetings where council has gone through the recommendations. So the first one was in January, and then in April, Director Power, City Manager Lewis, and I came back and talked about the feasibility of implementation of the recommendations from the Affordable Housing Task Force. And then finally, as I previously mentioned, July 14th was the council study session where you started to tackle goals and outcomes related to affordable housing in the community. So these are the 4 outcomes that we recorded and our facilitator recorded that council went after. I do want to note that if council is amenable to this, whichever of the options you decide or a different option that you decide tonight, we do want to make sure that all of the action steps that we include do track and do map to these, because the understanding was that these are the big ticket, I guess, outcomes and long range affordable outcomes that council wants to achieve. So the first is an acknowledgement of the preservation of existing affordable housing options in the city. The second is to ensure that supply is created across the affordable housing continuum. The third is increasing pathway opportunities to housing. And the fourth is ensuring that affordable housing is integrated throughout the city. Also, we recorded that at the meeting on July 14th, council identified 2 long-range goals. One of them is the first one, the 8% of total housing inventory to be available over a 10-year period. And the second one for 2% of the total housing inventory to be a combination of affordable housing units, or ADUs, and cottage units over a 20-year period. We also noted that council also wanted to create a 20-year affordable housing plan. And so basically the options that we're presenting to you tonight are intended to meet the goals of council and also to help us build that 20-year affordable housing plan. So I'll turn it over now to City Manager Lewis to walk through 3 different options for your consideration.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Dodd. I do want to just start by saying that we're presenting 3 options, but certainly you may have other ideas of other options that we can consider. These were ones that we felt would get us to the plan that we need to bring to you for adoption so that we know that we're moving in the right direction. All of the plan options start with seeking council approval to utilize Fund 46 as the estimated, as the funding source. So this first option is a 2-year staff plan to compile and begin implementation. So we'd be hiring a staff member who would be putting together the plan, using the Affordable Housing Task Force as the basis for that plan, doing the community engagement, as well as doing touching base with council throughout the process, which Director Power will be talking to you about what some of those policies that could be being adopted throughout this development of the plan could be when he does his slides. Second would be developing the job description, recruiting that, developing that 20-year affordable housing action plan, and then beginning implementation. So we think that using a staff member would probably take the full year to get the plan developed. But again, you could be considering policies throughout the process that would be, we know you would be putting into the plan when it got time to adopt the actual plan. So the next option is you. It would be to hire a consulting firm to compile the plan. So again, requires that Fund 46 is what staff is recommending. I didn't mention this, but it's there in the description that that fund is currently at about $1 million. And so that is very restricted funding that cannot be used for other needs. So essentially it just sits there in the bank doing nothing for us, with the exception of our $100,000 a year that we do use to do some low income housing rehabilitation projects, which is an excellent program, but we a lot of times have more money coming back in than what we're actually spending. Second, we would be procuring that consultant. We'd be developing the action plan. They would be in consultation with you all, with the community, and then presenting that. This one does have a little bit, we think, faster timeline in terms of getting this back to you. So we think it would be 6 months to a year, but the consultant potentially could put the plan together for us, assuming they have experience in other cities doing this a little bit faster. But as you can see, the cost here is somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000. And then at that point, staff would recommend that we then, after we have the plan, that's when we look at consideration of a staff member that, again, in its first year or so, could be funded from that affordable housing rehab fund. Option 3 is reconvening the Affordable Housing Task Force to develop implementation steps plan. This could be a different group. It could be part of the same group with additional members, but just really using that as the basis for the plan, and then getting that group to help bring recommendations to council again throughout the process, bringing you all a plan probably in more like October. We think this is the longest route to get to the plan, but they would be presenting that around November, and then again, all of these end with a staff member that would be implementing. And just to kind of put a finer point on that, we don't think that there's existing staff resource to put together the plan in its entirety, or to implement that plan without the hiring of an additional staff member. And I think I'll turn it over to Tim for community engagement.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Lewis. So very quickly, you may remember this logo, Home is Key. So about a year ago, and this is actually in your strategic plan, in the affordable housing goal under the community well-being outcome area, is to do community engagement around it. So we actually did start and did quite a bit of work through our communications department this past year. But our recommendation is that regardless of the option you decide to move going forward, that you do consider adding additional community engagement components. The outcomes that are listed here are ones that were in part of the original plan, but ensuring that we're communicating what the need is around housing, but also engaging the community in it, and also gathering feedback along the way. Again, if you select option 3 or a permeation of that, having the Affordable Housing Task Force, a lot of their work was doing this and could continue to do this. And then on the right, you just see some of the tools and tactics that we have used. There have been a few really good videos that are on YouTube that were highlighting a few individual stories specifically around affordable housing in the area. And so now I'll turn it over to Director Power to talk about some policy examples for your consideration.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of council. A few minutes ago, Deputy City Manager highlighted the 4 outcome areas that you established last month in relation to establishing or supporting the long-term goal. And I just wanted to highlight a few of the things that we could see as policy choices, not to really be debated this evening, but things that could be included in the effort over the course of the next year in terms of the options that the city manager outlined. And these are really drawn on from several sources: the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Task Force, the housing needs assessment that was done 3 years ago now from Root Policy, and also some of the familiarity we have with other communities and some of the programs that they've been implementing. One of the key areas of housing affordability is preserve what we have. And so what types of opportunities could the city take advantage of to intervene and try to preserve existing affordable housing? And that could be a regulatory approach, that could be partnering with community lenders, others that could help us fund and implement things that would retain the affordability that we already have in a lot of the housing stock that is existing. In the last item, we talked about that missing 5 to 19 units that have been not built over the last 10 or so years, but a lot of them have been built in the last 40 or 50 years, and they could use some rehabilitation. And if those are preserved through that, we could preserve that category of housing that exists in the community. It's just older. So that's one opportunity. The second is increasing the supply across the housing spectrum. And this is a lot of what we talked about again in the previous item, which is where do these housing units make sense to be placed in the community, adjacent to transit, a mix of different housing types. How are we going to try to fund that? How can we partner with developers? How can we partner with regional players? How can we add possibility for that deeply affordable housing component that John alluded to, the 0 to 50% is almost every community's greatest need for this type of housing. Can we add density bonuses for developers that meet that very difficult to finance and difficult to provide exclusively on the private side segment of the housing market? And then I think one of the most challenging opportunities ahead for this community and every community, but it's a really laudable goal, is to try to increase home ownership by the affordable housing community and folks that would qualify for home ownership. And this would really be the opportunity for the city to leverage discussions with community land trusts, nonprofit developers, for-profit developers, the banking community. The Enterprise Community Partners is a national group that provides this type of pathway. This is one that I think is a very high bar, but some communities are working very diligently to try to surmount it. And these are some of the ways that we think that we could look through the course of the next year, develop those relationships in the region, and go forward on that base. And then finally, I want to make sure that we're integrating the affordable housing throughout the city. So it's not just clustered in one area. People have opportunities to be dispersed throughout the community, and make sure that what we're doing with our regulatory framework is ensuring that the affordability is able to be accessed throughout the entirety of the community. And so with that, I will turn it back over to the city manager for wrapping up the presentation.
Thank you, Director Power. Just to close this off here, answer any questions, but the council direction that we're requesting tonight are of those three options, or another option that maybe you have thought of and would like to present. Does council desire for us to pursue? Those three options are there: the staff member from the start, consultant team followed by staff member, reconvening the task force with a facilitation kind of consultant to develop the plan. And could we, regardless of which of these or another option you choose, could we use Fund 46 for the program startup costs? The one thing that's in your council memo but wasn't mentioned in the presentation is that we do anticipate a lease coming up. There's been a little hiccup in terms of the lease of the McClellan Reservoir piece of property in which Douglas County did not approve what was presented, so we anticipate that coming back. But we do anticipate in the next 2 years getting an additional $500,000 to $750,000 a year from the lease of the final big piece of land that we own out at McClellan Reservoir. That could also, if council so chooses, be kind of that long-term funding source for a program like this, with Fund 46 serving as those startup costs. So we're glad to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you very much, staff, for that presentation. We'll start off with Member Camp with a question.
Thank you for the presentation, and nice work distilling all of our conversation from the last time we had a workshop on this. I have a question about the staffing component. So even the first option requires a limited term employee for 2 years, but I believe each option requires a staff member to actually do implementation. In your ideal scenario, do you see that 2-year limited term employee becoming the long-term implementation staff member, or do you anticipate that being a different skill set?
It's a great question, Member Camp, and I think it really depends on the individual. So, in this job market, we've seen people that really just want to work for a couple of years, one location, and build something and then move on. But there's other people who have the skill set where they can build it and then they can also work the plan. It's hard for us to know, but I think if we hired someone and it worked well for 2 years and they were showing capacity and interest in being the person to work the plan, that certainly could be them, or it could be someone else, depending on who they are and what they bring to the table.
And if I could just add to that, similar to how we structured the Management Fellow program, we knew that it's a lot of times safer to create a term position that has a finite date. That way, if you do hit a financially difficult time, like we are coming into for 2026, that position, unfortunately, can go away to save that budget resource. But again, if our financial situation changed and this person is working out, we might want to promote them into a full-time position.
Or if at the end of their 2-year term, if we have the McClellan funding and it becomes a long-term funding source. Mayor, did you want us to give feedback now as well, or just questions?
Let's just take questions at this point, and then we'll come back to you on feedback. Was it Member Ward next?
Yeah, I'm curious about this Fund 46 because this is the first time I can recall hearing about it. And I looked at the annual financial comprehensive report from last year, and I don't see it specifically called out as a fund. Is this the Housing Rehabilitation Fund? Is that what we're talking about here? Or is this different? Okay. Okay. That makes more sense. I was briefly concerned there that we might have $1 million sitting around that we didn't know about, and how many other pots of $1 million do we have? But now that I know that, I'm better off. Thank you.
I had a comment, but I'll leave it to myself. So go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So my question is, since you brought up the McClellan Reservoir property, where does the rent from all those properties go? I mean, we've been getting a lot of money from other properties. So
Correct, and that all just goes directly into the general fund as basically tax offsetting revenue. It is not restricted in any way.
originally it was restricted to the long-term asset reserve fund. And I guess what I'm a little frustrated about is that we're counting on that money coming in. Those properties out there belong to the ratepayers in Englewood. And I think that perhaps we should consider that rent coming in from those properties, instead of funding the general fund, should be helping out the ratepayers to pay off the costs for the utilities plant. I mean, the lead service line fee, all of the fees that have been increasing exponentially. Our forefathers invested in that property to provide for the future of Englewood, and it was the ratepayers in Englewood that paid for all of that property. So I think at some point, council maybe should look at that possibility instead of just increasing the general fund ad infinitum. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Prang.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any idea approximately how much a housing coordinator position would cost annually?
Yeah, thank you. So we budgeted estimated about 106,000. So that's essentially what we consider to be fully loaded. So that does include benefits. It's on the lower end. With our new class and comp structure, this would basically be considered a coordinator or could grow into a program manager position. But the base would be about 75-ish, and then the rest would be for benefits.
Okay, that's helpful. Sorry that I missed that number. That was so obviously there. And I guess my other question is, in goal number 4, what does underserved neighborhoods mean?
I think those are the neighborhoods where there's a concentration of those folks that are in that 0 to 50 area median income category.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
So I think the areas that are underserved would be the areas that have less access to transit, less access to retail areas, and those tend to be the areas of the community that have the lowest income residents in them.
Okay, thank you.
Member Wright, were you reaching for a question or no? I thought I saw you were, but okay. All right. Actually, so I guess I got a couple of questions before I go to Member Noonan-Camp. So one, I guess, the original question was answered. I was trying to figure out whether or not there was a need for a full-time employee within option 1 and option 2. I guess the reason why I missed it in option 2 was just the fact that there wasn't that $106,000 number on there, but it makes sense. So then secondly, have we, as a staff, have we identified have we had preliminary discussions on what their role is going to be within the city? Because I do see a benefit of having an advocate for affordable housing within the city. And I'm just kind of curious, like, are they working with community development? Who exactly would they be working with in order to start formulating a plan, that 20-year plan?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mayor. If you look at just examples of what a lot of cities have done, these are some of the kind of practices that you're seeing nationwide and even in Colorado. All of these have a pretty high bar for the necessity to have someone that's monitoring the program, even just this first one. If there was a rental preservation ordinance or a rental inspection program, that's going to take a lot of work to put together. The landlord incentive program, again, to maintain and check in with affordable units and make sure that those are staying affordable, doing landlord outreach and education, pretty time intensive. Certainly anything that has to do with inclusionary zoning, it would require a staff member in conjunction with quite a bit of work from the planning division as well. Monitoring the fund, if there is a creation of a funding source long term, working with finance to do that. So I won't go through all of these again, but all of them are pretty staff intensive. And again, we could be bringing these policies to you, and as you're developing a plan, if we had the staffing resource, and certainly when you go to implementation, you'll have to have the staff resource.
No, that's a good overview, City Manager Lewis, about why this is a position that we need within the city. Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question or?
Yeah, I had a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I know we've talked about the regional nature of a lot of this. Would it be possible to have a staff member be shared between city? I know we've done that with various positions with Sheridan. I don't know if Littleton already has somebody perhaps, but would it be possible to share that between another city?
Yes, absolutely. And I actually broached that topic with the city manager of Littleton last week or week before last over coffee. And they do have a pretty set program where their housing individual that they have hired is more focused on the implementation of the inclusionary zoning policy. But I think there was an openness there. Certainly, I think Sheridan is very interested in this, just a little more kind of funding restrained.
Okay.
Actually, I had one other question before I get to Member Nunekamp, just because Member Nunekamp brought it up during the conversation about the state housing laws. But as part of this number, or maybe it's not even part of this number, but was staff looking at potentially leveraging state dollars to fund this position or any aspect of the affordable housing plan, just because of the risk that we may be having there if we're not following all of the state laws? Just trying to think of the thought process there.
There are state funds available, grant funds that have been available. We believe there might be a second round that would open later this year, early next year, that would support the development of the 20-year housing plan. So obviously there'd be a local grant match for that, but there are grant programs. But again, based on what the prior discussion was, we'll be through that metric after October of whether or not we're in compliance in terms of their review.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Brad. All right, Member Nunekamp, if you want to start us off.
Happy to. I appreciate the options. I always like when staff bring us options. I have a pretty strong preference for option number one, and I have a few reasons for that I'd like to lay out. I think when we look at option number 3, our housing task force was excellent at getting us citizen feedback on the path that they wanted us to take. Also, though, as the liaison to that group, I saw how much work it was, and I saw where they struggled was really in how do we actually implement this, because they just don't have the information that staff has or the expertise. So I think reconvening that group would be challenging and just a big ask to citizens. So I don't think that's the right path forward. I think we can take what they've already given us. On this option 2, we have used consultants now a couple of times between Root Policy Research and the individuals who helped us with the task force. I'm hesitant to keep paying consultants to do work. It feels kind of like a never-ending expense, especially knowing that we will then ultimately still have to hire a staff member to execute it. And so that leaves us with option 1, which I think gives us the most bang for our buck, because we have someone who's here day in and day out, working with staff, understanding the intricacies of what we need, hearing council response, building relationships with partners across the city, and then potentially also getting to be the person who can transition into the long-term role. I just can't impress enough that if we want to build a long-term plan, we should think about how we staff it long-term with a funding source. And so much of what we need to do initially to get this off the ground is to secure funding. And we need someone who that's their full-time job to figure out how to fund the plan that we ultimately build. And so I think if we can find someone within this price point, I view this actually very similarly to how we built the sustainability program, and then potentially bring in a more Tri-Cities approach. It feels like a really smart plan of action. So a very strong preference for option one.
Thank you very much, Member Noonan Camp, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Pring.
I agree with Member Noonan Camp that option 3 is probably not the way to go here. But I would actually probably lean towards option 2, just because I think what I'm worried about is this project is going to have eat up all the money for affordable housing and administering the program. And if we can get somebody that we can share among multiple cities to bring that annual cost down, but start it off by not putting that load on somebody to draft the whole plan, I think that makes the most sense in terms of balance. And I think consultants are great at putting together plans. So I think that's a sweet spot for them, and then hiring somebody long term to implement it in coordination with some other cities, if possible, would be my preferred approach.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Pring.
Thank you. I would echo everything that Member Noonan Camp said. Thank you for saying it so well. I agree that I would hope to see this become a long-term position and for us to find a way to fund it. I think in order for us to actually put resources to where our plan has suggestions, and we keep saying we want to have affordable housing in the city, and we're not throwing resources at it to make it happen. And I do believe that this could be full-time work, probably sometimes more than full-time work, especially securing funding sources and just kind of building that out. So I think that we should commit to that. And I also, I guess, just would want to add that were we to hire a position like this, I have a really strong preference for this position to be very aligned and closely worked with innovative housing concepts, not necessarily be under the auspices of community development. Sometimes community development goals might be not aligned with what an affordable housing person would be looking at for the city. Those goals might look a little bit different, and I feel like the expertise lies with our housing authority. So I would even say, as far as I would like to see this person sit with them day to day, just to have the expertise around and in the conversation, just really focused in on what work should be for affordable housing. There was another thought that I had, but I'm losing it. Yeah, that's all I have for now. Sorry.
Thank you, Member Pring. I'll chime in on my preferred option. My preferred option is option 1, for many of the reasons that Member Noonan Camp and Member Pring stated. Originally, I was in favor of the consultant plan, but when you start looking at the action steps and the description, we're basically utilizing them up until implementation of the plan. And my worry there is the fact that there has to be a knowledge transfer of what was learned and gleaned during that first 10 months of the plan. That to me, it feels like that's not the right time to be bringing in a new resource that actually is implementing the plan. So I feel like there's going to be a little bit, either the plan is not good, basically I see missteps potentially happen at that step, and it's something that concerns me. So for me, I want somebody that does all that front end work, puts together the plan, and knows exactly how to implement the plan moving forward after that. And so the fact that we're going to have that position anyway, I think it just makes sense. So it may start off slow because of all the conversations that need to happen and that type of thing, but ultimately I think it's just going to flow better once we try to implement the plan. So for me, I'm in favor of option 1. Anyone else? Member Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of weeks ago, there was a vote to give away $2.18 million, I believe. Is it the PAB, the bond money, to help Littleton build affordable housing? However, we move forward, if we have a consultant, if we hire someone, I would want this person to work on a plan where we keep our bond money in our city. And I would very much like that money to be used to work towards people in affordable home ownership. I don't know if this money could even be used if for some reason we couldn't use, I believe it's Fund 46. Could this bond money be used to help fund paying for this position? But I think that this bond money could be used in helping this position in first-time home ownership. And this position could help with that. And I think that should be a #1 priority in keeping the money here in this city.
Thank you, Member Wright. I think you were speaking to private activity bonds. Brad, are you able to kind of speak about private activity bonds, what those dollars could be used for, and I think also separate it from Fund 46 or whatever?
Sure. I would just reiterate what we said at the conclusion of that item 2 weeks ago, that we would definitely look for the opportunities to retain that funding year in and year out in Englewood going forward. The only caveat is it is a bond issue, so there has to be some type of repayment. So it's not just a diminishing amount of funding. So that's a tailor-made opportunity for us to either partner regionally or partner with either a nonprofit or a for-profit developer who can take the lead in developing the types of programs that you're talking about, but create a revenue stream from the people who are benefiting from it so that the bond investors can get paid back.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for that comment, Member Wright. Well, I think right now we don't have a consensus on which option. I think we got 3-1, but Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to?
I'll go with one. Have a preference, but not going to kill it for that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments from members of council? I think from staff. Go ahead, Member Ward.
I just have a question. Housing market has a tendency to change over time. If we look back to 2008, 2009, 2010, the market was essentially in the toilet. Do we have any concern that if we start planning for a 20-year plan, at some point during the course of that 20 years, it's going to become largely irrelevant because of the way market conditions have changed?
Well, I'll let the others chime in as well, but you did see that John Voberl provided a 10-year housing projection demand of the shortage of units is about just under 250,000. And so that's based on income patterns not matching with housing costs. And so whether or not there's a tremendous reversal in that, where those two are compressed and they become more in line, the opportunity for Denver to essentially either naturally grow out or make up that timing within a 10 or 20-year period is, I think, a pretty high challenge. And so I think a lot of cities, that's why they're taking on this discussion around what are cities doing to try to provide the affordable units to narrow the gap, because the gaps continue to widen even in the kind of downward trending market that we're seeing now. For instance, on the rental side, vacancies are going up, but rental rates are largely staying intact, which is an interesting conundrum.
Yeah, I mean, the other factor that could apply there would be a sizable population outflow for whatever reason, which has occurred in the past in Colorado as well. At the late 80s, for instance, when we had the oil bust, a lot of people left the state. And so there was a downflow in population until the early 90s when it started to recover. And that would affect, obviously, housing demand as well. I'm just wondering if, I mean, we can't foresee those, and a lot of our assumptions are that the population is going to remain stable or increase over time.
Right, and I think that's one of the reasons why to have a 20-year time frame on this, and if there's vagaries in between them, then obviously councils at that point in time can adjust the policies directly.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, Member Ward, that like any good strategic plan, it would need to be dynamic. So we would need to set up some kind of process. Maybe it's annually, maybe it's more frequent, less frequent, where the plan would go to council for your review, where the staff person could propose possible modifications to you based on changing market dynamics and things like that. But I don't think it would be etched in stone. I think it would have to be malleable over time.
Go ahead, Member Nunekamp.
Just one more data point, Member Ward. The state, in some of their conversations recently about housing, released a projection that they expect population to grow by another 1.7 million people by 2050. And so that projection is also driving the anticipated housing needs over the next 25 years.
All right, Member Russell.
Thank you. And I just had this question earlier, but so is the city actually looking to buy these properties, or do we address policies to get developers to develop affordable housing? I mean, does the city have a vested interest in this, or just are we wanting to establish policies so that developers would build affordable housing in Inglewood?
Thanks for the question, Member Russell. I think it's all of the above. In terms of trying to work with the development community, I really like Member Wright's idea about trying to keep those PABs in town, but we've got to have partners that are willing to acquire land, assemble land, put a development plan together. We need to have an aggressive housing authority that is pursuing those projects in order to have a project to put our allocation towards. So certainly I think kind of on the proactive piece, yeah, that's a big part of it. But it's also, other programs that are trying to preserve existing affordable housing. So maybe that is that landlord outreach. Maybe it is a, emergency fund for tenants who find themselves with a car accident or a health insurance issue that they need, one-time assistance, or otherwise they're going to keep their or otherwise they're going to lose their housing. So it's a lot of different kind of elements that I think you all picked the right goals and expanding the pathways to homeownership. So for instance, in your example, we do have some city-owned property that we've done some preliminary high-level assessment with the Affordable Housing Task Force to look at some of those city-owned properties to say, could we work with a developer to make this piece of land, an affordable housing development? So it's an all of the above, and I really think you all captured these in your goals in terms of the right, strategies that are going to come from all different directions of this problem.
Okay, I'm having a little bit of a struggle with, really picturing how this is going to happen. Because when you look at the public housing we already have, it's not really affordable. It's affordable to people who are being subsidized by the government. I know people that are living in the Simon Center paying $350 a month, but the rent actually on that piece of property is over $1,500 or $1,600 a month. So I'm having a struggle seeing how this will work. I have friends in the city of Inglewood, and actually we had a rental property. By the time we sold that rental property, we were charging $900 a month when we could have gotten $2,500 a month because we had renters in there that couldn't afford it. But the minute the government gets involved, it jacks the price way up out of sight. I mean, I just don't understand how we're really going to do this. Is it we want to acquire the property, so we'll be renting it out, and then we can get federal tax dollars to supplement us?
That's a great question, and I would say no. I don't think the city of Inglewood wants to own any properties that are going to be affordable housing. Certainly, we have the Housing Authority that has the examples that you've given that's primarily focused on seniors. What I would say on the workforce housing, which is one of the biggest needs that we have in the AMI range that we have seen tonight, we need, that is really private sector development that receives the subsidy essentially on the front end. So whether it's private activity bonds or the low-income housing tax credits, it creates a lower price for construction, which allows the owner to keep those rates lower without an ongoing subsidy. So people have a salary, they have an income, they can pay some, but the subsidy is kind of upfront. So I would say that's the much more kind of common thing that we're seeing throughout the state, is not the city going out and buying or renting land, or renting, their own units. It's working with the private sector to increase supply, that the subsidies on the front end that makes the units affordable throughout their lifetime.
Okay. And in reality, I'm not sure that works out, because I think Traditions is a very good example. Now, it's not the low income. It's probably more, 60% AMI. But the rents in that building, I talked to a tenant the other day, is paying 85% of her income for her rent. 85%. How can anyone pay that much rent and still survive? And they are trying to apply for Section 8 housing. And so the city gives Traditions a huge tax break, and then they keep messing with the tenants in there. So I'm struggling with seeing how this whole situation is going to work. So I appreciate your answers, but thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Yeah, the Traditions thing, and I think that when Lindsay was here from Innovative Housing Concepts, she spoke of the issue around Traditions and just the fact that that's tied more with, what's the area, the median income or whatever it is, where it's tied to that number, the 60%. So it's not really Traditions that's messing with the rate. It's basically just the fact that the inflation in the area keeps going up, so it's not keeping up with what they're getting from the government from that piece. So it keeps going up and up, but it's not really Traditions or Innovation Housing Concepts that's raising the rent. It's just the way that's being calculated. That 60% is being calculated, and that's affecting the renter. So, but
Okay.
I get your point.
Mhm.
Your point is well taken.
Right, and I appreciate that information. And it's like I've been saying for the last few months, it is impossible to provide affordable housing during high inflationary periods for that very reason. So anyway, I think that Councilmember Ward had a great point in the fact of, if the housing market, and I've been around long enough to see the bottom drop out and somebody have to hang on to a property for 12 years because they were so far underwater. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Noonekamp, did you have something, or are the lights off now? All right. Any further questions on this item? I think we're giving direction to staff in terms of the item, but go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Yes, appreciate the direction on the options. I just want to make sure that because all the options included the use of Fund 46 as an interim funding source, that your vote also includes that. And I do want to come back, and if I could make it in the form of a council request, Member Russell, because I really like your idea as well. And the way that the McClellan Foundation was explained to me was that the general fund actually paid for that. That we did not have kind of the same rules about utilities and enterprise funds at that time. And so the city bought that. And so it would not be necessarily the money, that's why the money doesn't go back to ratepayers in the form of into the utilities enterprise fund, but comes back to the general fund because it was just general tax dollars. But I'd like to verify that with the council request, if that's okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I'm fine with Fund 46. If any member of council that was in favor of option 1, if they have any, obviously I want to leverage grants as much as possible. So, but yeah, Fund 46 I'm okay with as well. All right. With that, thank you very much to Brad, Tim, and Sean on that item. We are now moving on to the last item, which is an executive session. So I'll just read off the executive session verbiage. I moved to go into executive session tonight in the Pikes Peak Conference Room for the discussion of a personal matter under CRS Section 246402 4F1 for the purpose of annual employment reviews of our city attorney and city manager. Present at the executive session will be the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, Council members Chelsea Noonekamp, Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Stephen Ward, and Kim Wright, City Manager Sean Lewis, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Can. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, we will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the Pikes Peak conference room on the 3rd floor. Thank you very much. And actually, just real quick, I think members of council, if we want to meet first to just kind of have our internal discussion, then we'll have each member of staff come in. All right, thank you.
Viene sobre la izquierda, ahí estaba apareciendo también en la subida Giselle Espinosa.
Like to do first?
We're going streaking! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Let's get rocking!
Do you want to kiss me?
Oh! You just French kissed me!
Ugh, as if.
All right, everyone, we are now back. The time is now 11:14 and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session were the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Chelsea Noonencamp, Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Stephen Ward, and Kim Wright, City Manager Sean Lewis, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonencamp.
Aye.
Member Prang.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Member Ward.
Aye.
Member Wright.
Aye.
And Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, we have reports from boards and commissions and council liaisons with the late hour. I'm wondering if we could just postpone that until next week. I will hold off on any council or my council member's choice. I'll let anyone chime in if they have anything. All right, we'll hold off on that for next week as well. City manager's choice.
I will also defer.
All right,
Thank
and with
you.
that, everyone, it is now 11:17. This meeting is now adjourned. See you next week, next Tuesday. Everyone have a great evening.